Test? Oh shit, it is working. Okay. You don't want. This is pretty much just an internet connection test. I want to make sure my kilobytes are all good, my upload speed, make sure CPU and data is all good. I don't even have my webcam set up. I guess I could plug it in. I guess I should change stream info to just chatting. Right? Yeah. I don't even have my cam link set up. It's gonna have my. See here. How do I OBS again? Webcam. Don't want the cam link. We want. Oh God. I gotta turn this down, don't I? Yes, I do. Alright. Alright. How do we make webcam happen? Webcam filters. Oh, wrong thing. Oh, God. Properties. Oh hey, how's it going? Here I am. See, I still have a bunch of shit piled up everywhere. Gotten any quite set up yet. Get rid of that. Oh, there's the crusty ass heater that I don't use because it's disgusting. You know, at least the webcam seems better. Not quite as yellow as it was in the last place. Light off. I manually. Okay, there we go. Now I can manage this. Okay. Whoa. Should I just hypercam to this shit? Right balance. We don't want that up to be. Yeah, this is PAL 50. Oh, anti-flick off. Okay, what if I just turn all this back to contrast, color intensity, brightness. I think I just fucked up my. What's happening? See, we want 60 hertz. Don't want this shit to be auto. Nah. Oh. Hey. Turn the up a little. White balance off. Hey, thanks, Haas. Big Haas. Is that what I'm after? I think I want it a little bit more like such. We can turn the exposure. Yeah, there we go. This is the good stuff. All right, and then is there like a blur? How do I even scaling aspect ratio? Resolution? 360. Can I go lower than that? Can I do like 140p? You should join the call. Give me I'm trying to figure out how the fuck to make this look as bad as possible. How do I even point? By linear. By cubic. Undistort center of image. Let me Google this. I guess I have to switch. Right? Yeah. Pull over here. What? There's 144p resolution. No, I know what the quality of 144p resolution is. I just want to know what X by X. 256 by 140. So 256 by 144. All right. I don't think this is what I want. Fine. I'll join the Discord call. Means I have to launch Discord. And I'm gonna stop this. Ugh. Stream. Hi, hello.
Hi.
I'm trying to get my webcam to look like it's actual.
So you got the saturation up.
Yeah, but like, I want it to. You know.
You want it to look icky.
I want it to look like it's all just pixels. You know, like how
add
it
an
was.
effect. Yeah, add an effect.
All right, I'll get.
I have to read your effects with the 3-second delay real quick.
Apply LUT, chroma key, color correction, color key, crop pad, image mask, blend, luma key, render delay.
The chroma key.
Chroma key.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what I'm after.
No. Just trust me. Now do custom.
All right.
And then you're gonna want to get your face, the color that your face is.
Okay. All right.
And then you're gonna want to chroma key that out.
Oh, everything's gone.
I wasn't expecting. There you go. Oh yes, this is. Okay. And now, no. Smoothness all the way off, all the way to 0. Turn smoothness to 0.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, now go contrast. Go up a little with contrast.
Contrast. Oh, here we go. Yeah. I'm trying to get that.
You want to go all the way up with gamma, all the way.
Nah, we want to keep just a little bit of that color in there.
No, you want to go all the way up with gamma, all the way up with contrast. Trust me.
Yes, this is what I'm after right here.
This is
All right.
webcam. Oh my god, it hurts to just look at your webcam.
Unregistered Hypercam 2.
You look down and your face comes back, and then you go up and your face just kind of fades away. Oh.
Image 4.
No, you should get the stock photo overlay and put that over your webcam so it looks like stock photo.
Stock photo over.
Yeah. So you know the bars with like the fucking copyright symbol on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta do that and then put that wherever your webcam is. Welcome to GTA, guys.
Oh, how does it look on stream, by the way?
Oh, it looks absolute ass.
No, but I mean like the quality of the stream.
Oh, the quality of the stream's amazing, but
okay,
your
good,
webcam
good.
is
I'm paying for this
fucking
internet.
ass. You have shadow demons behind you.
Oh, this is what I'm looking for.
Webcam.
Save image as.
Yes.
We'll put it on the desktop as. It's cock. Save. Yes. Alright, now if we go here. Oh.
I forgot where go to your BRB screen. Yes. It's Alec. It's Alec. I forgot about
Come.
We're streamers. We are the definition of streamers. Is Echo on?
Webcam.
Echo's
We
not
want
on.
to add
Echo.
an image. Webcam overlay file desktop.
Oh, no, don't full screen that. That is not okay.
Oh, yes, that's what I'm looking for. Here we go.
Hey, can you open Discord real quick?
Give me 1 second.
Or just look at Discord.
Where the hell is
Because
my
I'm I'm just sending you a photo. This is what your webcam looks like.
Discord. It's open.
That's what I see.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And now there's the
Yep.
the advertising on my. There we go. All right, which means I'm gonna want to add it here too. Image.
One of these
Oh,
days,
forget
can you
it.
just get a green
Webcam.
screen bodysuit and just, you know,
What? Why would I need a bodysuit? I
not
could just.
wear the head?
I could just paint my body.
I don't think you're gonna want to paint your body though.
I could just paint my body green and disappear, right?
So what game are we playing? Or are you just literally streaming to destroy your fucking face?
Well, I was just streaming really to test my my internet connection because I haven't tested it really yet. So my plan was to
Delete and reinstall GTA 5.
just go to twitch.com and actually see what the stream looked like myself while I'm streaming.
Open your own.
Exactly.
One last night and I'll be gone.
Oh,
Ship it up, boop, up, up.
dude, I could actually stream at a higher bitrate. What?
It's getting way too fucking meta. Holy shit.
Shut up. I know.
How far can this go?
It can go pretty far.
That was amazing. Oh, there it goes. It's just gonna continue. Oh shit. Hold on, I want to watch this now. Is it gonna work? Oh, it's not gonna work. It's not showing in the stream.
It will. It
Oh,
will if I do this.
It's still adjusting, moving your screens down. Oh my god.
All right. See now.
Oh my god.
All right. Now if I do this.
Hi and welcome to the movie theater.
There we go. This is what I wanted.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Dude, you can't even see the vape. It's perfect.
No. God, the smoke getting blown out is the greatest thing I've ever seen on stream.
Cam 2. Yeah, we can throw one of these bad boys on here. I don't want a
This
video.
video was brought to you by xvideos.com or whatever that porn banner is that they put on fucking meme videos nowadays.
Cock and ball. We'll name that one. That's an SVG file. I don't even know.
Both
what
cock
and ball. I know.
Yo, what would you do if I added David to the call to help fuck around with your webcam and make it just destroyed?
I don't know what more we could do to it, honestly.
Everything. We'll ask David.
All right. Oh, I wonder if I could like scale it to 144p and then upscale it to 1080.
Probably could.
Probably, right? Because my canvas resolution is 1080.
Manually, like your own bitrate for just the webcam and turn that down.
I don't think I can actually do that. Cock and ball. Open. Aw, it doesn't like SVG files. That's unfortunate. There we go. Save image as cock and ball.
My man can run a fucking Minecraft server from his house.
I did that once. You remember?
Oh. I was trying to fight the dragon, the first dragon you come across in Dark Souls, for 2.5 hours. And then my mom turned off my power, and it did not save my progress, and I'm done. I'm done with the game. I'm giving it a fucking break for another day. It hurts.
Does the hypercam? I feel like that works. Put it right in the center. Something like that. Yeah, unregistered hypercam too.
Just watching the more and more shit you add makes me hurt.
Image, add image. There's
Hypercam. Are you telling me that we can play a forklift sumo wrestling simulator?
We can do that.
Yeah.
Huh.
There's a multiplayer horror game that's free to play, and it's got very positive reviews. Lurk in the Dark prologue. Shot through the heart, and you're too late, or then you give love a bad name.
Dude, this is so fucking cursed.
Don't talk. Don't talk with full screen webcam.
Why
Don't.
not? What do you mean?
Stop. Stop.
It's perfect.
Stop. You hurt me.
Hi. How's it going? Welcome back
Oh
to
my
stream.
god. You moving hurt. Don't know. Oh my god.
Hello and welcome back to another stream.
Your webcam doesn't know what to do.
Dude, my buttons are all fucked. I can't use my hotkey buttons that I used to have.
Well, that's what you get.
Shut up. Shut up, I know.
That's what you get for not playing with me.
Don't worry, I'll make a whole nother thing for my
No, that's your official webcam now.
Alright. Know what I'm gonna do? Webcam filters? Yeah. We're going to scaling aspect ratio. We want the resolution to be
240p and then upscale it.
no, I want it to be 144, so that's 240 by 144.
Oh, it's gone. Your webcam is gone.
I know, it's in the upper left there. So now if I do another scaling aspect ratio, and then I do, what, 1080?
Sure.
Yeah!
Oh.
Yeah!
Hi guys, and welcome back to another Let's Play.
Let's add another one.
2009 YouTube right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi guys, welcome back to
What if we go down to 240 by 144 again? Alright. Alright, and then we add another scaling aspect ratio back up to 1080.
Those are the chroma key just made it so much better though.
1920 by 1080.
It feels like I'm looking at double action Google right now.
By linear point.
Hey, didn't you buy hunting? Didn't you buy hunting Bigfoot with David and I?
I don't think that I did.
Because it just got a huge update. Oh, I thought you did. Muck got an update. That's pretty cool. Oh no. I just looked
Should
at
I keep it
webcam.
nice and sharp like that?
I don't know how to feel about this. Oh.
Ooh, now I have like a glow. Yeah. There we go. I might turn those two off and leave kind of a little pixelated, but not actually too bad. Yeah, you can't really tell what's going on though. That's the downside.
I can never tell what's going on with your streams.
I mean, that's fair. To be honest, that's fair. But that's part of the allure, if you will.
You're a lure.
Yo, this is so. Let's see. Sure. Let me
rad.
filter. So this is what it looks like, right? Now, if I turn the yeah.
Oh.
That's without the chroma key.
It looks so much more crisp with the chroma key.
On?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Hi, welcome to hell.
Hello,
God, is
welcome
this
to hell.
Avengers?
How may I
Are we
serve you
watching
today?
Avengers?
With the jazz in the background? This is actually hell. This is perfect.
What are we playing?
Shit, bro, I don't even know. I gotta throw OBS back over. I didn't post anywhere that I'm live, but I guess it's automatic and shit. Twitch announcements.
Yeah, it's automatic in my thing, but
Yeah.
post in every server you have.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you've missed a lot. Ah, yeah, it's good shit.
I
right
love the
there.
preview picture. That's perfect.
From watching it on this, it looks like those are dinosaurs.
What are dinosaurs?
Your hands have become
Yeah.
dinosaurs. One less picking, I'll be gone. I don't know
Hey, you
how
know
the
what?
song goes.
At least the bottle looks like it's actually the bottle. No, like it's just a straight up
Are
bottle.
you drinking adult juice?
No, it's ginger beer. It's ginger ale.
Me and
It has no alcohol
I'm
content.
drinking ginger beer because I like the flavor.
Dude, I love ginger beer.
We should
Oh,
we should
shit.
play 7 Days to Die, bro.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How does
What?
Haas follow twice? Wait a minute. With an extra
yeah,
underscore.
no.
That's how he does it.
Yeah, he's gonna get like 30 accounts.
Oh shit. Hey, I'm alright with that. I mean,
Yeah, whatever. That's
it's
rad. Jeffrey Bezos.
Haas real
right?
person? Wait a minute. It's
Oh,
you know,
it's
viewer-
going down.
the viewer count really is what matters. It's not the watch time. We don't care about watch
Do you
time.
have 2 viewers, so you know.
Shit, do I? Oh, I
Yeah.
do. Look at that.
One's me.
I guess I should
You
probably
wanna
launch
play?
Steam, huh? That'd probably be a good idea.
Yeah, no, that would be amazing. I love horror games. I love playing horror games with you. There's something about, you know, it's supposed to be a horror game, but we're having conversations about, you know, can a shotgun cook baked beans if you fire fast enough? We still haven't finished that conversation. We haven't tested it yet. You know what? We'll test that when you come out next year.
Alright, I'm alright with that.
Can I cook my bush baked beans with a shotgun? Probably not. Ooh, one last night and I'll be gone. We want horror games, right? That's what we like to play.
Or?
Horror. IKEA Pancake Simulator.
I can't tell.
Why are you really far away?
What do you mean?
Come back to me. I don't know. You sounded just distant. Doki Doki Literature Club 2.
But... Oh, that's. I copied the.
That silly goose.
Yeah.
I'm in horror games, and the only thing I see is 5D chess with multiverse time travel.
I'm gonna have to fix my
That's a real horror game, let me tell you, buddy. Whew.
For some reason this is
Investigation and Exorcism Ghost Hunter Core. Oh yeah, you can fucking shoot the ghosts. It's like Chow.
Huh.
Right?
My music player isn't working properly. Anyways.
Yeah, well, we're playing a horror game, so.
Well, right now.
we only have one horror game.
Is there
Go
any
on.
way to like actually search by genre of Steam? Like,
Yeah, if you go up to categories.
oh shit, that's right. Genre,
And if
action,
you look
adventure,
over
casual,
the
indie.
go over there's themes, there's horror.
Where?
Oh god, what? No, oh, you mean in your like
Yeah, like
your
if,
actual you
yeah.
said library. Uh store tags, enter tag,
horror.
horror, scary. Scary
Oh
game.
yeah, I forgot I had Amnesia Rebirth. Why is Animal Jam considered horror? Cool.
I don't even know what that game is. Yeah, Bigfoot. No, you don't have Bigfoot. How dare you?
Sure, I don't have big.
Castle Miner Z. Isn't that Xbox 360?
Yeah. One of my friends got 5 keys and he gave me one, so here we are.
You didn't get me one? Wow.
Okay, man, he didn't know you.
We gotta look up co-op. I got Among 7 Days to Die, Among Us,
Not playing
Apex,
Among
Arma
Us.
3, Bigfoot, Black Ops 3,
I'm not
Dead
installing.
Island.
It's gonna take me forever to install Apex, so.
The Far Cry games, Gary's mod, In Silence, Keep Talking, but my VR's not installed.
Hey,
Left
mine's
4
not
Dead
even plugged
2.
in right now.
Luanch Lady, Muck, Payday,
In lunch.
Raft, Risk Rain, Escape Together.
Who are we playing Raft with? It was you,
It was just
me,
you
and...
and me.
I thought
It
it
was
was
just you
somebody
and me.
else.
No, it was just you and me.
You want to play Raft?
I kind of want to buy Void Train now. To be honest with you. Yeah, I'll play Raft. I just kind of want to play Void Train. Really fucking bad. Space Raft.
Space
30
Raft.
bucks.
It's pretty much.
30.
Hey, I have to save my money. I have to buy a car.
So do I. That's what I'm going on TikTok. One after the girl we go. Did you know breathing is it hurts?
Did you know breathing just resets the timer on death?
I don't think it does.
It does though.
I don't trust
Because
it.
if you don't breathe, well, you're gonna die.
Alright. Raft built by the Riddler.
The Riddler.
I'll join you. Just...
Ugh. Dude, I went to the ramen bar for dinner today. Oh,
Yeah.
so fuck.
I think I'm gonna go to work to check my schedule and then just get nuggies.
Nuggy. Chicky nuggy.
Chicky nuggy.
Kinda hype.
I need an invite, bro.
It's launching. The game. My kilobits are dying right now. Oh, probably because Steam. Oh. Whoa. Steam got a hella update on the whole downloading. Wow. Pretty neat. Anyways. Load world. Hawk and ball. Friends can join. The password is 123.
You are a child. Ick, ick, ick.
Oh, that's pretty. Haas the person subscribed to me thrice. That was pretty neat.
Okay, child, this can't be a home girl drive it like a
Nasdaq.
move on, girl,
Girl,
the dick
make a
on
coke
my
up my ass
crack,
crack.
move nine gone. I'm a fucking, I do either. I love pussy, I love bitches, dude. I should be running Peter and Adidas with some short shorts. Be all over me, my greenness was supposed to be your greenness, and the girl to be those extra to the dollar girl, and now he got the girl.
Yo, where the fuck FOV be at? Is there an FOV in this game? It is. Yeah, give me fucking 90. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I have to shift tab. Right? Right to get that. I think we got our next set of chords. Oh, I'm dying of hunger.
What's your password?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm joining. I dropped my phone. This world sucks. Everything's evil. I don't want to live anymore.
I feel you there. I really do.
That's why I'm taking medicine.
Yeah, I did for a while, and then it made. I know all I know is I don't have a fishing pole,
Can they add guns to raft, please? I'd like to shoot the shark.
and I'm
Fuck
pretty
the shark.
much I have no.
I'm underwater or something. Do you see me? I don't see me. I'm just. Where am I? Ah, ga, di, ah, oh, oh. I also have no food. I'm hungry.
Yeah, I just filled the thing up
Hey,
with
look,
water,
it's this place. I forgot we made it to here.
and then we didn't play ever.
Yeah, it's your fault.
This what are you talking about? Something? Well,
What you talking about? Okay, there's gotta be food in like.
do you have any?
Oh,
Do you have any planks on you? I can start fishing.
I do. I put them in the middle chest. Is that enough?
I have a fishing pole.
Do we ever make a farm like plot land, farmland?
Yeah, it's up on the 3rd story.
Why is it all the way up there?
I don't know. We both designed this, so who knows?
I don't think I designed this.
Forget how fishing
It won't
works
let
in this
me
game.
plant watermelons. Oh, we probably need a big one. It's the dumbest shit we've ever done in our lives. We're really bad
What?
at this.
Lace raw mac. I'll just keep. Didn't we get a heading? What is it? J for journal?
I don't
No,
remember.
but I'm actually losing health now. There's a
I do.
fish. There's a fish on the cook thing if you.
Saviors. What? On what hook thing?
Oh, up here.
Uh, uh, grill.
I don't think it's ready yet, but it will be eventually.
Mm, I have no hungry.
Yeah, I'm losing health.
Where's music? I don't want music. Music sucks. Ooga, ooga, ooga,
Ah,
ooga, ooga,
ooga,
ooga, ooga,
ah,
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 ooga.
ah.
Ah,
Alright.
ah. Dum, 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 dum.
Yo, I need some motherfucking food. Can this bitch pass this? Oh, hey, I forgot we had water bottles. That's pretty neat.
One.
Oh,
Nine.
water. Bruce. He be
Seven.
attacking. He got our audio 74.
Oh, we gotta move. Come on, you wench. Do we ever like officially put a thing so we can move this shit?
Move what shit?
Like, did we ever put a steering wheel anywhere?
I don't think we've unlocked it.
I feel like a steering wheel would have been like the best thing.
That would have definitely been the play.
No, we don't. But you know what? We have a fucking antenna. So
There's that. We do have a heading, at least, so there's at least that.
we have our heading from the people that brought you whatever the who what does thing. Right? Do you have 8 planks? Oh, we should
I have
really.
9 planks.
Okay, I would love some planks.
Go, that's all of my planks.
Thanks.
Did we
I'm
ever
gonna
get
move us.
collection nets going?
Yeah, they're over there. I don't know which way we need to go, so I'm just.
Yeah. I don't know how we access.
I missed it, but there was like a bundle of fish behind us, and I can't get it. It's too far. J for journal. It's not J for journal. I was lied
Nope.
to. You know, we don't. Okay, but we turn this on, and we gotta get that in front of us. So you keep checking it. I'll keep rotating these, but
No,
don't
that's
have it
what
on
we just
forever.
left. Is
No, that's the big thingy we need to get to.
no, but we need
It's
a
like,
heading. Like there's a green dot. It's the next heading.
okay, Q. Nope, that's give me. It's not for you.
Oh,
Oh, you
T.
opened
It's
it.
T.
It's T.
We need to go to 1216. Oh,
That's what was typed in.
okay. So we need to go to.
Because we were at the radio tower, so we need to go to Vastage.
Point the
So 1, 2, 1.
sail
And then that's how far
east.
away we are.
Yeah, point the
I
sail
had this
east.
correct, and then you're like, no, no, no. It's pointed east.
A little more east than that, like upward. Northeast, but not quite exactly northeast, a little more. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, don't have it just running though.
I
That's the one
know.
thing.
I'm
But I'm gonna make a thing. I'm gonna make a thing. Okay, are you watching?
Where are you?
Don't talk to me.
Where are you? Oh, hey.
I'm over here. Watch this. Are you ready?
I'm watching.
No, you know what? This is going downstairs. We really need this downstairs.
Alright.
Uh, it's going there, and then we can go in here.
Oh, melons, right?
Where's
Because we had melon seeds
yeah?
somewhere.
Okay, I got melons. Okay, and then we go 1, 2. Okay, the melon seeds are down. You've got me stuck up here. I want you to know. I'm hungry.
Oh, we need potatoes or beets or something.
I want you to know I'm hungry right now, and I don't even know where our water collector, nectar collectors are.
It's right behind the bed. There's
Fuck the
there's cooked fish on the I'll continue fishing.
Is there really?
Yeah.
Ah, ah, ooh, ah.
I think. Oh, never mind. Never
We should
mind.
actually finish this game.
I know we should. We actually should. Also, I'm running Windows 11 right now, so my computer might crash at any moment.
Fucking radical, dude.
Yeah, when I opened up OBS, computer crashed and then I had to reopen it and then start the stream. It was great. Let me tell you, real fun.
Real fun time.
Absolutely.
Oh! Oh!
What?
One yes, I bet I'll be gone. Da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Potato.
Oh, sick.
I ate the fucking potato by accident.
Are you serious? God
I
damn
didn't
it.
mean to.
That's
Yo,
alright.
that's a crate. What the fuck's the crate doing?
Crate? Oh, hey,
Yeah, there's a big
Bruce.
crate. See that? It's right there. Do you see that? What?
Oh, what the hell? Yeah,
Holy
crate?
shit! Holy shit! That had a lot of stuff in it.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like I got a potato again. I'm gonna
Oh, shit,
actually
you should
plant
actually
it.
plant it up here, yeah.
I'm gonna actually plant it. Hold on. We designed this horribly.
You
Alright, it's
really
been
did.
planted. I got a lot of nails. I got bolts. I got glass, dude.
Ah, shit, hell yeah.
And hella plastic. Also, what?
I have
Oh, I'm
a single.
thirsty.
Oh, wait, can you hand me that glass?
Hold on, I'm thirsty.
Because I can make a. I don't know if we need another one of these, but I totally could.
Yeah, here. I don't know if it's a lot, but it's one. Also, there's plastic for you.
I remember
So I don't need all
making
that, nor
glass
do I
is
need that, nor do I
actually
need that. I
horrendous.
also have those. I'm
Um,
gonna go water my potato.
I don't even remember what we need. Rugs? What if I make a rug?
I learned rose. Oh, kill the fucking seagulls.
Flowers?
Let me try to eat my stuff. Do we have our heading, Captain?
Yes, we do.
That just turned it off right away. No, stop.
A little more east. A little more eastern. Perfect.
Do you think another sail would help?
I think
Actually, hold on.
didn't we test that? I don't think it does.
I don't know. I don't know. Um, I know for a fact there's got to be planks. You fucking bastard!
What?
Get off my potatoes.
Oh. Yeah, that's right. I usually chill up here. With,
Yeah, you do.
need more
What's your wood
planks.
looking?
Yeah,
I'm trying
I
to
only have one.
expand.
I'm trying to expand this top area, so
We have a spare sail, shitloads of palm leaves, and a copper ingot.
super.
There's an island. Do you see it? There's an island.
I do. Yar.
Should we go to the island and plunder its resources and then get back on course?
Absolute. There's a cooked mackerel up here. If you want it?
I would love it, dude. Those are
2
my potatoes.
shovels. For some reason.
Why not, right?
Yeah.
The more the fucking merrier.
Do we really need this many palm leaves? I'm gonna say no.
Biofuel.
Yeah, but that's like way later.
Yeah, so was supposed to be the fucking antenna, and then we're just like, but wait, there's more.
That's
I have
fair.
metal ingots.
Ooh,
Ooh,
copper.
vine goo. We were making empty bottles. We were supposed to make water bottles, remember?
Oh, yeah, I have a water bottle. Ah, that's what I was working on. Making another one.
Yeah.
Water bottle. I have 3 out of the 4 vine goo.
Where the
Do you have a
fuck
vine
I
goo?
gave you? No, I gave you
Oh,
all my vine goo.
perfect. Here we go.
I gave you my
Hey,
scrap
Garrett,
as well.
Garrett, Garrett, Garrett.
Fuck yeah. Do you know where my scrap went though?
Uh, shit. Uh, this in here. Here's half of what I have.
Thanks for throwing it out fucking individually.
I don't know how to throw it not individual.
Just select and drag out of your thing. I don't want this anymore. This is a duty hook. Alright.
Oh yeah, I think I was working on
so-
making another scrap hook, right?
yeah, I got a
'Cause-
scrap hook.
Because I have a plastic.
How do
hook.
we drop anchor? And then can I add it to that? No. Okay, so we're just fuck off, shark.
Ow, shark be hurting me.
Oh, we need an axe.
I feel like that's pretty easy.
Yeah, we just. You know what? I should. Oh, the shark was going for you. I was like, bruh.
Oh, I just need.
To make an axe.
I need one
do you
plank.
have a rope?
Yeah, I need one plank and I can make you an axe.
I need 8. There's planks right next to us though. That's what we were using the palm leaves for. Was rope.
Ah, that's right.
That's why we kept needing them. Alright. I need 8 planks.
Give me one moment. You said you needed an
Let me
axe,
just go
right?
cut a
You
fucking
need
tree.
a.
Real
Do
quick.
you want a metal axe?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna make.
I need 3 more planks and then I. I have collected 2.
This motherfucker.
I need 1 more plank and then I can.
Thanks.
Just gotta go find it. Red flower. Oh. Ooh, flower.
Ooh, the whatever is almost ready.
Damn, I got a plank. Alright, I'm gonna make this metal axe for you. Come back to the ship. And
Hold on. I'm on the island. Fucking pineapple. Just the fucking I'm gonna munch my pineapple. Where'd you say this axe is?
right there.
Oh fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah. Got you.
I don't want this. There we go.
Do need some planks.
Bamboo. Chow.
What the hell is this?
We could grow our own trees. I just remembered. Uh-oh.
What did I just research? What?
I don't know.
Just get.
No. Wasn't paying attention. Kind of fell in the water and Bruce was chasing me. Alright, we can move the island now.
Oh, I think it was a shelf. Huh. Well, I thought we had oh.
You hungry?
Yeah, a little bit.
I got a coconut down. It's next to the antenna if you want it. Okay, so it on my screen it dropped. No fucking idea where it went.
I got it. I got it.
It just
All right, yeah, it's
vanished on my screen.
directly east to us.
All right, well, we're going there. Put the rocks away because we don't need them. You know, we need more storage.
This is very true.
Whoa! The fuck was that beep? That was you?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, baby watermelons, dude. They're planted.
I.
Also, I got 2 watermelons. You want one?
Oh, that's what we forgot to do. We needed to go underwater and grab metal shit.
Eh. Why is your chat talking to you?
No, I just.
We're a bunch of fucking nerds. I'm eating this watermelon. I'm eating all of them.
Okay,
I grew 'em.
that's all right.
There's potatoes upstairs for you. No, the decoration box. Ha! Please?
What'd you get?
Damn it. I didn't get it. Fuck
Unlock.
you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Alright, radical. There's just a fucking hook here. No clue what it's doing. It's just there.
That's fun.
Yeah. Obviously. This motherfucker. He's eating my downstairs plants. Do we need planks for anything?
Yeah.
Were those important right now? Oh, okay. What do you need planks for?
Uh, this floor, just a little to walk around on. So I don't keep falling through.
It's as much as we can do.
This moment in time.
Yeah, because I have no planks. Do you have planks on you right now?
Trying to collect.
Oh, okay. Oh, don't worry, dude. Just look straight ahead.
Oh, hey, is that an island?
That's a big island.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, am I hungry? Do I want to dip for 5 minutes or like 10 minutes while we're here at this island to go get dinner? Maybe. It honestly does not sound like a bad idea.
Do you have any ore on you?
There should be some. Not on me.
Okay.
Like downstairs. Well, I have 4 metal ingots. Do you need it?
I can craft some stuff with that.
I'll replant a potato and then water it. Cook faster.
Ow!
I didn't know we could hit
Ow.
each other. I'm sorry.
Of course,
I'm
I put
sorry.
friendly fire on.
Why? We're not making it to this island fast.
Yeah. The wind is with us though. There's that at least.
I do here. I picked this up. I'm sorry. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have 2 cooked potatoes. Crunch and munch.
Crunch, inch.
Look at it. Look at it right there. Look at that. Look at that island.
That's a pretty decent island, I can say.
I thought there was a drone up there. It's just bushes. Is
Drone
that
go
you?
brr.
That's you. There was just a laser sight just in my peripherals. I was like, damn, we're getting technological out here. Come here, shark. Come here. Let me stab you, you bitch. I see you swimming around over there. Fuck off. Once we kill the shark, we got like 4 minutes to get shit. Ooh, I got hella planks with that one. Okay, what am I gonna learn? I learned string lights,
Hell yeah.
Okay, we're at the island. I'll drop the anchor.
Sick.
Ooh, there's like wild watermelons up here. Is that a dead person?
Maybe.
Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, it's a flower.
Hey,
You-
a flower, dead person, tomato, tomato. Really, I
Stop
mean.
my confusion. The seagulls are eating something. You're on the raft.
Oh, yeah. Well, there goes our potato. That's cool.
Our one potato.
Yeah.
Okay. I ain't found shit, but when I do, let me tell you, it's gonna be like Shazam out here.
No, that's how you find music.
Oh.
Dude, I have hella plastic on me.
That's no. So does Kim Kardashian.
Shit, you right. You right.
All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right, there we go. Can I cook? Can I grill? What the fuck are you grilling out here?
No, you
Jesus
cannot grill
Christ.
watermelon.
You know, grilled watermelon's really good, actually. It's like the only kind I'll eat.
You don't like regular, succulent, juicy watermelon?
No, fuck that shit. Alright, bro, I'm gonna go get dinner. I'll be back.
Shit, alright, I guess.
Give me a few minutes. Ooh, I gotta grab my wallet, my keys, my extracurricular. Alright, I'll be back.
I need some more storage. This can go downstairs, though. Keep my food storage upstairs. Oh, middle click is how you... Okay. I keep scrap on me. I want to make another chest from now. I'm gonna keep half a stack of palm fronds. Copper goes here. What else? Dark head. Under decorate lights. Oh, that's actually kind of sick. Nice. But it's still directly to... Anything left on this island? No, he has ravaged it. That was a bunch of shit, though. I can say that for a fact. I've learned able. wood. Nice melons. Don't need the shark heads. Maybe. Box. I mean, might as well place down the second sail, honestly, instead of it just taking up storage space. I think we determined that extra sails don't actually do anything. But might as well add it. Or not. You can just keep it in a chest somewhere. Locked away forever. Ooh, there's gotta be some good shit there. Ow. Seaweed. Ow. Or hit, and I actually just need to get out of the water right now. Yeah. Yeah, at least I got some stuff that I can turn into other more stuff. Going to raise anchor. Hell, I sort of against the wind. Get ourselves away. I don't feel like that's how that chair should work. Get us away from the... We also need food. I'll just keep fishing. Oh, we're definitely free from the island. Our heading is east, like that way. Right? Something like that. Those are cooking. Here it is usually our resource collection. I'm pretty sure. I need more planks. Don't have any, so I guess I'll focus on resource collection right now. I have enough food, theoretically, so... Yeah, we have plenty of... That's not worth cooking yet. 1 plank for that. Be a plank coming up here shortly. Unless I miss it. Yeah, I think Garrett was working on nets last time we did. Memory serves me correct. I was also working on something that also required wood. We had conflicting interests and we just stopped playing because we kind of pissed each other off, if I remember. I don't know if that's actually what happened. Unlocked painting. Cool. Oh, that's what we use the axe for. You get rid of it that way. Okay. There's an island directly right there, so that way? Yeah. Get us towards that island. Cool. Some more of that wood. Yeah. We also needed to focus on greater resource collection. So that means like collection events and other things. Exactly not 100% what just progress the game. Hey, get out of here. This game is a lot easier with 2. How much I can say for certain. Ooh, I'm big hungry. Oh. I didn't mean to eat a second. That's cool. Happy that happened. Oh. Garrett's usually the one going around islands, so I don't actually have the means to actually pick the shit up. Ooh. What's up? What'd I get? Chair. Cool. That's so stupid. Can I not just put on any? It has to be on a post somewhere. Let's see here. What can I... So if I can hang all those up, there's no reason to keep them in a chest then, right? Like, think of that. Do have a cooking pot. Plastic. Hey, good thing I'm making that. Ooh, I just spewed something out there, and it sunk. Ow. I'm gonna put this shit up here. I learned fire basket. Cool. That'll work. Food. I need food. Had food. Not a very good source of food, but I had food. It's pretty... I need to go collect shit while the shark is gone. Palm frogs can go. Ooh, the whole tunnel down here? Give me all my oxygen. I'll go down here, collect some resources. Is in fact probably nothing. Sir, actually nothing. Rug. Cool. Happy I reached a rug. Man, I'm really happy that I killed Bruce while Garrett was away. Makes collecting shit so much more 100% not being whatsoever. Ah. Joking. No, I'm almost out of oxygen. Fine, I'm real close to the water. Settings. Nope. Music volume. Ah! Where'd my hook go? Good hook, too. Shark's gotta be dead. Yep, shark's back. Hey, surface. Oh god. Island. Bet it was really close to death right there. Oh. No, you don't. Dies to starvation. What do I not need? I think we have a pile of sand down here, right? Yeah. Some snad. Fine goo, it's always good. Start cooking this. Put it in there. Don't need these rocks. Melon can stay there. That needs to be cooked. Clay and sand go together to make bricks, if I remember correctly. One of these had a wait a minute. I had more Bangu than that. Where'd it all go? Bunch of vine there. I just need plastic. Shouldn't be. But those some oh. Take half of this stack, but what is always nice to have. I need to make dry brick. So if I want furnace, how do I make a brick? These are the questions. Wet brick. Cool. Cool. Those will be drying. Place one of these and one of those. Have vine goo, we got wood. Plenty of scrap right now. What I wanted to do. Okay, rock. Put down the cooking pot. Got a recipe. There we are. Bedrock. Ooh, don't need you too. We have an anchor, we have antennas, we have... Oh, that's right, I needed two. I'm here and grab some more recipes. Just needed that one. That's trash. We got that one. That's trash. That one's trash. And I can always replace that with that. Oh, great. I should probably craft a Why can you rotate these? So awful. Cool. I can make stews now. Potatoes and beets. How do I? Rug. Palm leaf. Got that covered. Fucking rug. Other stupid shit cut. I wonder if I could make the old water collector. Still have that. Oh, simple purifier. It doesn't actually collect. Okay. Right? I placed down that watermelon. Right? Suppose I can get on food detail. Egg? Is that milk? Huh. Okay. So we need potatoes and beets for vegetable soup. Or not. I thought I had wood. Oh no. Did I use it all in the smelters? Yeah, I did. That's unlucky. Alright. So many goddamn palm fronds. Ooh, copper. Right? Yeah. And one of those. One of these has a plastic in it. Don't need. I don't need the sand or small quantity of stones. Ooh. Ooh. I might actually move the grill over. That way all the cooking stuff is... I kinda like the idea of crop plots being... I just need 6 plants. Maybe I'll... Absolutely not, you can't. Come on. 1, 4, 5, 6. Righto. I can make an axe. Need 2 more planks. Yes. That. Oh, so many planks. Perfect. Make an axe to cut shit down. Back in. Yeah. Getting somewhere. Go. Hopper in. I'm gonna chop down some trees. Now that I can. Mangoes. Jesus Christ, how long is this song? God damn it. It's 11 minutes. I have to remember. Stream starting soon song. God damn. Oh. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to go collect that tree. There it is. Oh. I just look. Palm seed. What do I not need? Oh, I could probably go cook these up. I have more inventory space. coconuts. I am thirsty. Perfect. These little cooking areas coming together. I still want to move this over one, but I don't think we can because it. Stairs. Could, in theory, be able to do this. Yes. Oh my god, so much better. I'm missing one play. Serious? Oh no, shark's been beating on our stuff a little bit. Means I gotta go get some more planks and fix up the raft. Oh. Guess once we're done here, I'll set sail again. And I need planks. Alright, time to set sail. Put Garrett's plant stuff all down to the stairs. Oh. So we keep all the food in one area. Put all the seeds in there, that stuff there. I might move Garrett's planter up here at some point. Pretty much southeast, right? So I can rotate that there. Planks. Oh. Need a melon. Oh. Melon plant is very dead. getting closer, so there's that. Beats plant. Farming. Need 5 more plank, large crop plot, or trees. Which I might actually put sources. Oh, cool. I need more planks. This is pretty neat. Of course I need more planks. I guess I could put all the tree stuff down. Island I see though over there, the horizon. Is an island. Get rid of this bad boy. We're gonna bypass that island entirely. Oh, the blue one is west of us. Something like that. Just entirely bypassed it. I need more planks. Say that and then I instantly use planks. It's pretty neat. almost going exactly against the. This is bad. Oh man. Will ever be able to make it? I'm gonna go ahead and say it's not at all. What's our heading? It's pretty. It's actually relatively close. It's only 608 away. Yeah. I wonder if theoretically it actually fit more. Put them on sideways. I doubt it. But it's possible. Oh no. One that we already have. So let's go. More planks. Won't happen if you start. Hey bud. Hey there. Hey there, bud.
I never left.
Did you wake
When
up?
did I leave?
Up from your nap?
No, I went to go. I messaged you. I like texted you and I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna eat here." And I was working on my schedule.
Oh, well, I'm streaming. I'm not looking.
I'm waiting to be resurrected or rescue.
Oh, you're kind of in the bed.
There.
But what did you just do?
Because I died in the bed. Grab me. Resuscitate me.
I don't. Where the hell are you?
I'm by the.
Oh, I see you. I see you.
Yeah. I don't know.
Crock pot that I made.
I'm just staring. Oh my god, I'm going to vomit.
Do you see that whole area down there? I'm gonna turn that into the tree farm.
Everything's upside down, so I'm gonna vomit.
Aw, do you want to get in that bed?
Please. Thank you. Shit myself. I don't want to press any key to wake up.
Wake up. It was all a dream.
Wake up. Wake the fuck up, samurai. You've got a city to burn.
Oh my god.
My keyboard's not working.
That kind of unlucky.
I'm gonna cry. I don't want it. Ah, there we go. Could have saved me earlier, bro.
I did. I actually did, but I think you died while you were in the bed.
We need to go southeast.
Yeah, that's kind of. I had the sail pointing in the earlier.
I'll watch this.
Could you collect a fuck ton of planks so I could actually make more crop plots and shit? Pretty please.
No.
That's for me.
You're streaming. You need the content.
Whoever said I cared about content?
I'm giving you filter stuff. Content filler.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I gotta talk with my manager.
What, right
I
now?
now work 5, and then 5 to 10 on Sunday, and then I work 2 to like 8 every other day.
That's fun.
Yeah, which means
Oof.
I'll be home at like 6, which is awesome.
Oh, but this actually
It's better than clocking in at 5 and having to clock out at 7.
Yeah. Imagine.
I have string cheese next to me, by the way.
I'm eating here because I'm ironing out my schedule for next week. I'll be about 20 minutes.
There you go.
I've been live for like 2 hours.
Yeah. You were live before I got on, and then we were fucking around with your stuff for like an hour.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, love you.
I like the I made it a little cozy up here.
You're cozy. You know, if we really wanted to, we could probably build more stuff.
Oh, absolutely we could. I'm actually working on trying out bricks and what. Yeah, dry brick.
I meant as we can make solid foundations.
The hell is that?
It's like it's a foundation, but it's more solid, more health.
Oh, nice. That's actually kind of sick. We need more sand.
We get that from underwater.
I know. I know.
Okay. So how are you doing?
Doing pretty all right. Mango seeds have to be planted in a big
crop
tree.
plot.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to put all the food stuff up here.
Okay. I forgot that I have a fridge right next to me, and I was like, where am I gonna put my second string cheese?
Damn. I'll be back. I'm gonna grab
Okay.
a snack or something. You know?
I'm gonna eat these mangoes.
All right.
So if Taggart turns this into a VOD, or edits this into funny moments, this is for everyone. The album's coming out February 21st, 2022. Look for it. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. I told the witch doctor I really love him too.
Ah, I got some otter pops at the store earlier today.
We can give our armor, or our foundations armor, dude.
That's kind of sick. Actually, though. I really wish that they were frozen right now because I would eat on an otter pop.
Put Go-Gurt in the freezer.
Same thing, same difference.
I've never done that before.
I have not either.
Dude. Oh my god.
Hmm.
If only we had palm leaves to make rope with.
If only we had palm leaves.
Oh, that's
Ah,
me being
man.
sarcastic.
I know. If only. Man,
Okay, I used all my plastic.
I have 9 pieces of plastic.
Oh my god.
Ah.
Um.
Still,
Oh, you already. Aw.
What?
I was hoping you didn't make those. Now it's decorative up here.
I also added these, like,
I don't
things
want them.
over.
I'm gonna start making more money, bro. Bro.
That's pretty hype.
Hey, you live in your own place, and you're letting me crash there next year. By the way, guys, because he's gonna go over and make a funny moments montage of this game after this VOD. We're gonna do live action shit in Montana next year, probably, hopefully, if I've got the money. But back to where I was going. Do you have HBO?
No.
Do you want it? Okay.
Why, what's on HBO?
Suicide Squad, South Park, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Actually, all HBO shows and a lot of movies.
Alright.
Like, it's getting Free Guy. When Free Guy comes out to DVD, it's getting it like 2 weeks before.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's kind of sick.
Yeah. But I got Disney Plus and HBO.
Yeah, I returned Disney Plus,
I got it because my
and then I
Mom.
traded it for Hulu.
Hulu's got Rick and Morty.
And Solar Opposites.
Yeah. No, my mom wanted Disney Plus because she wanted to watch Pirates of the Caribbean, and I wanted to watch that, and I couldn't find my Star Wars movies right away. Turns out my mom put them in the wrong shelf this entire time.
That's unlucky.
So I
Bruce.
wanted to watch The Mandalorian.
Damn,
So I got it,
He
and
ate
then
one of our tiles.
it did.
I don't have any wood, so I can't fix it.
Whatever.
Or even
So I
smelt
got
this
it.
shit up here.
And I was just excited to
Where's all the resources at?
watch. It's a storm,
Fair enough.
and I was all excited to watch The Mandalorian and stuff, and then I just never got rid of it.
Mandalorian.
I also got Verve and Funimation for anime.
Nice. How much
Yeah.
money are you spending every month
All in
on
all,
content
at the
shit?
end of the month, for all my content shit, I'm spending $24.
It's actually not bad.
Nope, I have because I'm spending it for HBO, Disney Plus, Verve, Funimation, and then my mom's paying me back for YouTube Premium Family, and then my brother's paying for Hulu. Parents are paying for Netflix,
Oh god.
so we're all sharing.
Yeah, I just got a song just came on from
Oh, Close Enough is on HBO Max, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
Shit, I've been wanting to watch that.
Oh, it's good.
So I've heard. I mean, it is
We also
JG
got-
Quintel, so it is
yeah.
probably really good.
We also got the Matrix trilogy.
Oh yeah,
The
did you hear about the
new
new Matrix?
The new
set
one, yeah.
that's coming out.
We got Hugh Jackman's new movie. We have the Jurassic Park trilogy, the original. The Suicide Squads, Hangover trilogy. White Chicks and the original Space Jam. It also has Rick and Morty. The
Whoa.
Boondocks, the Venture Bros, the show The Prince.
That's also on Hulu. Venture Bro.
Yeah.
And Rick and Morty.
Regular show, Adventure Time, Doom Patrol, South Park. Oh yeah, I'm gonna watch fucking, what is it? I'm gonna watch Rick and Morty, or regular show. Curb Your Enthusiasm. It's got
really
good
good.
stuff. Game of Thrones,
That's probably one I'll never watch.
Friends, Gossip Girl, Impractical Jokers, Big Bang Theory, Westworld. But it gets DC shows like before they're released.
It's kind of sick though.
Yeah, because Wonder Woman 84 was on HBO Max 3 weeks before it was in theaters.
Nice.
Still haven't watched either of them because I personally don't like Wonder Woman because I prefer DC's villains.
Wonder Man.
Wonder Man. Bro Man. No, I prefer
Uh-oh.
DC's villains like the Joker and the Riddler, but I like Marvel's heroes better like Spider-Man and Iron Man.
That's fair. I suppose.
No, but my family, we all like split everything up evenly for who pays for what. So I'm like, I don't mind spending like 20-30 bucks a month for all these stuff. I use all of them. I go to the gym 2 hours every day. Go on the treadmill for the last hour for cardio, and I just watch shit. It's awesome, dude.
Dude, the music in Chrono Trigger is so.
I'm upset that car thing's not out right now.
So am I. When is it supposed
Like,
to?
I've seen TikToks with it.
Yeah, I've seen people review it.
It looks awesome.
Literally, I put my name on the thing, and
Yep. Well, I just like it because you don't have to pair it to a radio station.
Hey, guess what?
Hmm.
Quack. Don't worry, I'm gonna edit that, and it's gonna look rusty and maybe funny. I don't know yet.
Okay. But no, I don't even know what I said. I don't know what we were talking about.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Made me lose my fucking train of thought, bro.
That's unlucky.
It is.
Did I say you could eat that?
Yeah.
Alright. Should I put
Shut
the
this
water
food up
stuff
here.
up here too?
I mean, makes sense. Well, no.
No, yeah, we want that next to the salt water. Motherfucking Bruce up in here. Dead.
Oh, did you
dead.
kill the other one?
Yeah, I did.
Rad.
Mathematical. I've been watching Adventure Time.
Yeah, that's on HBO
Radical.
too.
Yeah, it's on Hulu as well.
Game of Thrones is also on both.
Wait, why is the anchor down?
I don't know. Maybe
Cool.
that's why we legitimately have not fucking moved since I got resuscitated.
That might do it. Actually,
Hello, I'm Cornwall Cornelius III.
I like the lights. Ow! You bitch.
Ooga, 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 ooga. Ah. It's gonna look amazing.
Maybe
in
that's
post.
why that's why we haven't been getting any resources.
It make fucking sense because look over there, the resources.
Wow.
Wow. Owen Wilson. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, so I can't actually make any food right now because I don't have any wood to cook. So there's that. Just thought I'd let you know.
I put a plank in there.
In where?
The grill.
Oh,
Yeah.
I cooked the catfish.
I don't know if I ever told you that.
No, I don't think.
Our catfish, saltwater fish. I don't remember that.
I don't know.
I don't know if I learned this in history. No, it'd be biology.
That is, yeah, it's very true. That would be biology.
What was our biology teacher's name again?
Miss. No,
It started with a B, right?
I Dude, I don't even fucking
I think Parker would know.
who. Roberts?
Yeah, well, he's down there in fucking South Carolina.
Yeah, living it up as a military man.
Bro, he's got like his own place and shit. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm
Hi.
talking. Yeah, I've been talking to him lately. You know what? You know what? Through the shit he went through during freshman year, he deserves to be happy.
But I still don't understand that whole arc. I know he did a lot of
Time
yeah.
behind bars. He killed 37 Nazis.
Yeah, but that was just like his parents' deal, right? Like they
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
what I thought, I just
Hey, you should look at what I did upstairs. Come here.
sick.
Mhm.
Oh hey, I think I see an island directly that way.
The direction we're going. Rad.
That way.
Hey, can you do this? Wait, is that a boat?
Oh.
This?
Is what a boat?
No, I thought the island you saw was a boat. So we can get some really good shit like schematics for stuff like water propeller.
Yes. We're getting really close. We're only 380
20 minutes away.
knots away from it.
I'm not mad.
Hey man, I need the wood.
I'm not mad.
Listen to the Risk of Rain music right now.
I'm not mad.
You keep saying that, which makes me believe you are.
No, I'm not mad.
Okay.
I remember there's because it's a sailing update that we got right now. So that makes me wonder. Oh yeah, now we're hauling ass.
But does two
Look at us.
sails actually do anything?
Yeah, now we're going faster.
Actually though?
Yeah. We're hauling ass, dude.
Yeah, the number is going it is going down quicker. There's that. Our batteries on it. There's a third of it left.
I don't want to have to make another one. That pissed me off. Oh my god, we can make a hammock.
I don't know what good that would do, but
It's a bed.
pretty swick.
No one told you your life was gonna be this way. It might not be okay. I'll be there with you. How the fuck do we make batteries again? Oh, there it is. Copper ingot. That's why I have that. We're okay if we run out of battery. I can make one more. Wait. I call shenanigans. I think you took my copper ingots. We're not okay if we run out of battery.
I have 9 copper ingots. I've been meaning to make a
Okay.
chest, so
Okay,
I
then
can
we're
place
good.
down to.
Then we're okay.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Mario. The breaking mom's heart.
Shit.
What'd you do? did you do? What the fuck did you do? Trying to drive a wedge? That's water between me and my sail. You're gonna catch the sail on fire. And we won't have it.
How that would work is
It is. Realistically speaking, it would be a really high chance of it, you know, actually burning. It wouldn't necessarily happen, but conditions are right.
if the conditions are met.
Especially with the. So I don't know how this is so clean, especially with all the salt accumulation we would have.
Excellent.
I know. So I was watching Bill and Ted. Radical.
Wow.
Oh, can I drink that? Oh my god. Okay, you have 4 ingots on you, right? I gave you my 4 metal ingots.
Yeah.
Do you have them? Can I have those? I'm behind you.
One moment.
Okay. No, those are copper. I want
Shit.
normal metal.
Here.
There you go.
Wait. There we go.
Okay, behind you. There you go. Oh, that's fucking better. I'm taking all of those. Look over here at our collection.
Please don't
nets. Do you see
take
this?
all of it. I'm trying
You
to
see-
put all
okay,
the metal
okay,
stuff
okay,
in there. And
Look at our net stuff.
Just
You
use
see our
what you
nets over
need.
here? You see our nets over here?
Yeah.
Watch this. Ready? Ready?
Nice.
Because this motherfucker's been breaking them. Alright, there you go. I was just gonna start fortifying everything down here.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with them. You cool if I use? Nah, I won't use all of them. There's
Yeah,
3
because
left.
we still need some of it for like bolts if we
Oh,
want to
there's my
make
nail.
metal materials and whatnot.
Oh,
so-
I have a bolt.
Yeah,
Did I ever tell you
throw
that?
that in there. Yeah, I'm trying to
did.
throw all the metal stuff next to the furnaces. I'm gonna throw all the food next to the grill and
Mm.
then a bunch of the plants in chests. I think he's attacking. Yeah.
Oh. You see that over there? It's a boat.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a raft. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
We have 2 dots.
We also want to move our target, our sails north.
Okay. It's a moth in my room. Hold on. It's on my monitor.
Damn.
Here, come here. Come here, you fuck. That's what I thought, bitch. How the fuck you do that, wizard bitch? We're gonna miss the boat. We're missing out on some good scrappage.
We could do that if you want to.
No, we missed it.
All right.
You did this wrong. You did this wrong. Turn the sails completely the other direction. We're moving away from our
Whoa.
island.
Yeah, what the? Okay. So apparently north is south and south is north.
Which means we were going west.
Yeah, we were going the complete opposite direction. No, we're still going away from it though.
No, we're getting closer. We just have to point them.
5, 3, 8, 9, 40, 540, 542, 3, 4, 5. We're
There.
still gaining distance between what we want to go to.
Oh wait, we want to go to the 5?
Yeah, we want to go to the thing that's
Oh,
highlighted blue.
okay. I was going to the green one.
No, the green one is just like big islands.
Oh, then we
The
were
actual-
going the right direction.
The actual,
fine.
yeah, the story item stuff is
Nope, we're still going farther away.
I think it's because we're
Just
going
notice-
against the wind. It's definitely decreased how fast we're leaving.
Well, we're also going into another storm. How about that?
We're still gaining distance,
Okay, hold on.
but I genuinely don't think there's anything we can do.
Nah, there is. Watch. Now we're going the right direction.
It is slowly going down. The wind just isn't with us right now.
Hey, look at that boat.
Hey, sick. Drop the anchor. I'll go run to it real quick.
Nah, it's too dangerous with the storm.
Fine, I'll drop it myself.
The fucking shark just... Dude, it just drifted.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's fucking rad.
Anchor up.
I'm grabbing some copper.
Hey, you. Yeah, you.
What?
Hey, you.
Yeah.
Pointing at you.
I don't know how you do that.
Worry about it.
Okay. I was gonna tell you something, and I don't know what I wanted to tell you. This is cool too. I was like, if you do this, then you can do that, and then, you know. Oh, I killed him.
Nice. Collect
He's
his-
drifting away. I can't. He's too far.
It is slowly going down. But not by a whole lot.
A whole lot.
Need one more plank.
What?
I need one plank. Thank you.
Come here real quick.
Howdy.
Because we're getting stuck at the 579, 580. See?
Like I said, it's just because we're literally going against the wind. We just gotta wait out the storm and let it do its thing.
Okay.
So, I'm a fish. Hey, hey you. Hey you. Hey you. Candle. Like I put a little candle bottle candle next to the quack. Next to the quack.
The croissant.
The croissant.
Can I have a croissant? Hey,
Jimmy's mom.
Can I have a croissant?
Can I have a croissant?
No, Carl, you cannot.
But I want a croissant.
Fuck off, Carl.
Oh. Wah.
I'm hungry. I'm dying because I'm hungry. I have no food.
Here, you can have this.
Yeah, we have a problem.
What?
We are now 600 meters away.
You know, can you maybe say that when the windsock is not pointing the opposite direction as the sails?
It slows us down. It doesn't push us away.
Look, all I'm saying is the screen. Oh, our battery's dead.
Pick up the battery.
One, two, six.
I think I fixed it. It's on 1216.
It is, yeah.
I did that. Leave me to my science. You go do your agriculture.
Hey man, I'm just making sure we don't die here. Are you trying to shit on agriculture right now? That's kind of what it sounded like.
I live on a fucking farm.
No. Trying to shit on
Don't talk to me about-
agriculture right now?
Don't talk to me about shitting on my own thing. I'll do it. Mm.
Yes.
Fucking damn. Hey, can you do me a favor?
Huh.
And get on the sail down there? The one that's furled down, so I can figure out which way to rotate these.
4, 8. Alright. I'm on the lower sail.
I meant the one up here.
Okay.
Thank you. Turn it
Literally
to the right.
up is north, by the way.
We're just not getting close. We're getting farther away. Okay, you watch it.
Like I said, we literally just need the wind to go in the opposite direction that we're traveling. So I guess at the moment we could head towards a different island.
No.
Honestly, we might as well. There's literally nothing we.
Got an idea.
What's 6 times 4? 6.
24.
12. Perfect. Oh, I just need 40 planks. Hey,
my
it's
God.
another Haas. Hey, thanks, Haas. Not fake.
I think he's
Oh,
fake.
I think he is too. That's the 4th time Haas has subscribed. Or followed.
So, don't
Need-
shoot on Haas.
I need 40 planks. Or 10 planks at a time.
That motherfucker
What?
broke our fucking sail. Don't fuck with my shit.
Literally turning it on. Gets angry. Lamau.
I don't have enough plastics for batteries. Oh.
I've learned bed.
God damn it. I wasn't ready for that.
Have you
I've
learned?
learned quick attack.
Have you learned bed?
You smell like a baka.
Oh,
Aaron Yeager.
I need 5 planks?
I
Make a skill crow.
want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache.
The action move at all.
Yeah. I just don't believe your wind is working.
Almost like that windsock is literally designed to tell you what direction.
Nope,
it's
don't
going.
believe it.
This is why I'm the captain and you're.
Well, Captain, we're gonna need a bigger boat.
I think we're trying to head towards a bigger boat. Oh, no, no, no. We're looking for people. People.
I bet they're dead.
Yeah, probably. They probably are. Not gonna doubt that.
Which begs the question, who the fuck are we?
An excellent question.
Thank you. I hate how inconvenient it is to walk around.
What, in game?
Yep, like going up the stairs or something, or you barely touch the corner of a block and you're just flung.
Just get better.
Well, talk to me.
If you ever find any beets, let me know.
No. Love you though.
Ooh, ooh. Oh.
There's an island.
Hey, we should go to it.
Okay.
Doesn't seem like a very big island.
Yeah, but it's an island nonetheless, which means resources underneath.
It's very true.
Oh. Is it weird that I'll make a chicken wrap and put barbecue sauce on it?
No?
Alright, cool. Haha, yeah, take it. Take it, there's a tower on that island.
Think
Or is that a tree?
that's a tree.
No, those look like thank you. Go, go, power ring! I thought those were towers, and I was like, oh, fuck yeah, dude. It's lore.
Nah, they just trees.
That's sad.
They just MFing trees. Dude, I had sushi for dinner. Oh,
Hmm?
so good. That and ramen. Sushi and ramen.
I didn't make double and small fry.
Oof.
I got beef ramen at my house, but I don't know. I don't know
No,
if I
no,
want to
like
make
like
it.
real ramen, not like
Oh yeah, my closest actual
not
good
microwave
sushi restaurant to my
ramen.
house is away, and it is real ramen. I make it from scratch.
Okay, that's yeah, that's different than microwave. Mm. Oh fucking palm fronds, you know what I mean?
Speaking to me, you speaking fucking words right now?
Yeah.
Hmm. There ain't shit.
Not really. Yeah, no, there really ain't shit here.
I thought there'd be like spare food or something.
We should go underwater.
Uh
Some
oh.
of that stuff. Maybe not right now at this moment, but
Got a watermelon. I ate it.
You get watermelon seeds?
Yeah.
Come plant it up here.
There's a shitload of watermelon seeds down here. Here, where are you? Here.
There's
There's seeds.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Shark.
Kuchow.
Spear broke. Not gonna search underwater.
Nah.
Shit. That's how we get all
I'm
our
using this
metal.
island to test your theory that the wind pushes away.
No, it pushes towards. If the sail. Oh my god. Oh, I get what you mean. Wow, look, are we getting further away from that island?
Don't talk to me.
Is it almost like what I said was true? Crazy. I would have never guessed.
Donde está your shit?
Fuck did you just say to me?
Wouldn't you like to know? That's why I have Tinder.
God.
Wanna give me a kiss? Fine, I see how it is. See how he is, guys? Bully.
God, all I need is wood. I have resources for everything else. I just need wood. So how's it going over there?
I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, why is that?
I don't know.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
unregistered hypercam too. That's how unlucky.
The second hyper. You're gonna be on WikiLeaks.
What about wiki
Jeez.
feet?
Please no.
Bro, I'm trying to get 10 out of 10 feet on my wiki feet.
No. Don't talk to me about that.
If I want to.
I'm gonna cry. It's the most boring game ever.
Yeah, when we play it like how we play it, yeah.
Efficiency hearts content. Well, fine. Do you want to sail with the wind? See whatever the fuck we find?
I guess.
I mean, it'd make this gameplay more fascinating than, going against the wind the entire time.
Yeah, yeah, I really suspect that it would.
Don't talk to me. Let's see what we can find.
Ah.
trying to figure out. Okay. So. I think we're hauling ass now. I have no fucking clue. Are we going the right direction?
Um,
We're not going to the blip. We're just sailing.
yeah. Yeah, that's with the wind.
Is it?
Yeah.
Rad.
You want to go more western, we might reach
You can adjust it now.
northwest. Oh.
Oh. Taggart, don't come here. Don't come down here. Don't look at where I'm standing. I said don't. That's the other floor. Hey, we're back in the storm. Yay. At least it's not Minecraft.
Actually,
We'd have some skeletons.
so goddamn. This isn't that much better, but you know what? It's not Minecraft, so I'm happy.
You know what? There's a fucking shark.
What'd you call me?
I said, you know what? There's a fucking shark.
Oh, I thought you called me a fucking chode.
No.
Get away from my potatoes.
Get away from me, potatoes.
Oh, bejeebie, get away from me potatoes.
Oh, jeez, Rick.
Oh, jeez.
I'm caught up. I'm halfway through the most recent episode.
Most recent season.
No, the actual episode.
The Rickest Rick.
The Rickest Rick, C-137.
You know what that means now, right?
No.
Oh.
I
You
fucking
haven't
did
made
it.
it to the final episode. The fifth
Yeah.
season.
Yeah. No, I'm on the they met at the Citadel and he watched the history. I'm just not through with that episode. I'm halfway through. They're in the mine.
Ah. Let's see. I'm a thirsty boy.
I no longer have spear.
I don't either. About to be fucked by the shark. I don't have any wood. A spear. Only had a 2 out of 8. So
I wish axes would work.
at 5 out of 8 planks.
Radical.
Mathematical. Ben, you're terrible at math. Oh.
Yeah. He's also colorblind.
It's true.
Him and I hanging
like
out
you.
together forever. Bestest friends.
That's your time. I'm
Come
grabbing
on, grab your
friends.
friends. Go to very distant land. Jake the dog and Finn the human. Forever and
It's
adventure
time.
time.
Uh,
It's a new day. It's a new time. Yeah. 'Cause I never thought that it could be so simple, but I found a way. I found a way. And if you
what you
open up
say?
your eyes,
It's the only man's way.
it's gonna take some
What
time
you
to
say?
realize
What
that I
did
never
you
got to just buy some pie. The angle of the wind has changed, man. We must move with it. Fucking
No.
changed again. Fuck the storm. Did you see that change? And then Kerchow.
Wait, what are you doing?
Moving with the wind. Oh
Going
wait, no,
against
that's
it,
completely
yeah.
backwards. Don't talk to me. I'm learning. Oh, this fuck. Made a spear, by the way.
Nice. I'm gonna
Yeah.
be traveling east, so that's to the.
I'm trying to get. Yeah, see? There we go. It's not with the wind, but whatever, I guess.
It's not against it. Hey, get away from my potatoes. Ready to harvest? Yes. It's by
Hey,
Dre.
there's a big island over there. Oh, it's not a big island, it's just two split. I don't care.
Might be something useful there.
No, we're moving away from it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Hot shit.
Yeah.
Hold on
Hello.
now. I was gonna present you with something, but you're gonna ruin it if you stay here after I'm cooking.
Don't move your head in that movement. That's not okay. Uh, uh. Back wench.
Okay, stop. Christ. Get away from the kitchen.
Face Banks.
I wanted to surprise you. I'm literally. You're gonna fucking.
Face Jev. Wait. Face Jev. Wait. Face Jev. I got you, take it.
Yo, where's
There you
that
go.
hammock?
We don't have a hammock. You mean what's it under?
Huh?
It's an other. But you need nails. But you can also make your bed off of it. Provides even more health than a simple bed.
Oh.
We have hella fucking resources, bro.
Not really. Hey, Garrett.
Yeah.
I'm bringing you a nice hot steaming cup. Vegetables. How is it?
I'm gonna shit on your face.
That good, huh?
Wait, hold on. That was fucking glorious. Gave me a third bar of
Fucking
hunger.
not something, not easy.
Do you keep taking my fucking water, bro?
Yo, I just refilled it. All right, it'll purify soon. Shit takes a lot.
I 3-stabbed him. Wait, so do we have 3 permanent bars of hunger? Because that'd be fucking awesome. I'm just saying.
Oh,
Let's find out. Let's talk about that. Hey, do you see that? There's a boat over there.
oh, there's also an island over.
Silly baka. We do have
Ooh.
3 full things of food. And it increases. Just keep eating. That literally just eat, dude.
Don't waste all our food, man. It took me
I'm
so
not. I'm eating the
goddamn
pineapples because I'm thirsty as shit, and you
long.
ate all the water.
No, don't eat all. No.
I ate them.
Fucking. I was gonna
I
make
ate
some
them.
fruit compote. Compot.
I was hungry.
That's what all the fish is for.
Oh, I'm sorry. But no, the
'Cause all the
hunger.
fruits and vegetables are just raw materials until I
No,
can
but
combine
the
them.
hunger bar, if you eat, it increases it more.
No way, really?
Yeah. You see that? It's
No,
rad, is.
no, it just kind of like bottoms out at the top of the hunt.
Oh, did it not for you? It did for me.
Probably because you had vegetable soup.
Oh, thank you. What? I'm gonna die. Yeah, ow.
Oh,
Could have
you
warned
should
me.
have dropped the anchor.
I did.
Oh,
Ow. Oh. Oh. Jump now. Wait. Oh, I dodged him. And jump now. Ah, fuck. I'm almost dead, take it. Here I come. I did it. And I got you a present. Fish stew.
oh, I already have it.
Look at that. Because you need an egg. No, but I need to eat because I have no health now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go for the fish.
I did.
I still need wood. Oh, and could you put the bowl back in this here?
I don't have bowl. It's all in the inventory thing down here because I emptied it in case I died. We have 3 glass. I'm coming to grab the I'm grabbing the bowl right now, so I'll bring it back up. I'm sorry.
That's so good. I didn't have a place.
I was just being self-cautious. Ooh. I forgot that I had this too. Holding out on you on recipes. I don't have the bowl. Also, I don't have any fucking water. Oh, this bird bitch.
I want to build a scarecrow, but again, I need more wood.
Oh, I have wood on me. Here.
I also don't have any wood to cook.
Boom. Mushroom omelet.
Need one more wood. That is
Well, island.
important. Yes, this is our travel. Swick. I don't know why we're traveling so goddamn slow. Notice that?
Uh, yeah, because we can get engine shit. That's not the island we need, because the island we need is now northeast.
Which is still not with the.
Well, well, then you do it. You know how to navigate this bitch.
Yeah, again, that's the kind of the opposite direction. Them's the brakes. Just gotta wait for the wind to change direction.
I think we're just supposed to discover like random islands until something happens.
Probably.
Look at that. I gave you mushroom omelet.
Hey, I learned flag.
Flag. Math fucking magical, dude. Oh, hey. What the island?
Switch. Chomping on some nuts.
No, I have candy.
Oh,
Mhm.
coffee?
Candy. No, cherry candy.
Dude, toffee is candy.
Mm. I don't know. Sorta.
It is. It's
Depends on
literally
if you're in a toffee mood, though.
it is literally caramelized sugar.
No, it depends on if you're in a toffee mood, though. Sorry. Boom. Dead battery. Research. Learn headlamp. We should learn how to make leather. Where are you?
Upstairs. Cooking.
Where?
Cooking
Oh.
away. Vegetable soup? Oh, I see what you mean. There are extra health bars. Oh, and when you consume it, it gets rid of the bowls. That's good to know.
Oh, the health bar's gone.
Yeah, the food, the extra
Yeah.
bar. I understand what you mean, though.
It's kind of dumb, though.
Good thing I'm cooking.
I Ooh, we are over 1,000 meters away from that island.
God damn. That's not good.
Mm-mm.
Oh, cool. Everything just got watered.
It's raining.
No, that's what I'm like, oh, I'm dying due to thirst. Good thing I have this water. Shark. Are you even here?
Yeah.
Ugh.
No, I'm not here.
Ugh.
I'm actually dead.
Damn.
Ooga booga.
Good riddance.
Oh.
No. It's real fucky.
I want to hit a super island.
That would be.
I'm gonna look up how to travel really fast in this game.
But
My planks.
I don't have any of those. Wish I did, because then I could start doing farm plots for trees.
How many do you need?
10 per plot. I have
How
enough.
many do you have?
I have enough resources to make 4 plots. I just need 40 wood.
How many wood do you need right now for one?
10.
Turn around.
I don't have any wood on me. Hey.
Yeah. You need what? 2 more wood?
I guess I had wood on. I didn't realize.
How much wood do you have right now?
Bam, look at that.
How much wood do you have? I need 2.
I have 4. Go. Hey, get out of here. Bird. Should we plant a mango tree?
It's up to you.
Yes. Don't need palm leaves. Tell you that much. Matter of fact.
We're fast as fuck now, boy.
Yeah?
Yeah, look at me down here.
Oh shit. Yo, who didn't fill up the water?
Wasn't me?
I have 3 glass. What glass? Because if we
Sand.
get... Oh, we have sand. Swick. I'm gonna make another water purification system. Again, all I need is wood to do that.
No, I don't have any now.
I know. Order, make another water. Need 8 planks to make another water purification.
Check the collectors.
Hey, that's 6. 2 more.
How many more planks do you need?
2.
Here.
Sick. Thank you.
Mhm.
There's an island over there.
Right.
That way.
Oh, I was going towards the boat.
See it.
Okay, to the island.
Peripheral.
Yeah, I don't see the island yet. Oh, there it is. Turn the sails that way, you daft idiot. No, here's the thing. I don't think the wind matters, because if it did, when we first got the sails, we didn't have the wind tunnel.
That's true. I think we travel faster with. That's the thing.
There's a mango tree over here.
Do be growing. Slowly but surely.
How the fuck?
What?
We're now northeast of our destination.
Eh?
Oh, I think the world isn't infinite. I think it's boundaried.
It's not.
What, infinite or boundaried?
Boundary.
No.
The island is just in a set location.
Then how the fuck did we get on the completely opposite?
It's a great question. I don't know.
Exactly.
It probably respawn, maybe? I don't exactly know how that works.
I'm on the mango tree. Pineapple, coconut, mango, apple. Here's a review of the things that I eat. Do you breathe?
Sure.
Oh. Oh no. Hey, here's the island for you, by the way.
Sick.
Yeah.
Water purifier crafted. 2.
Drop anchor. Tight.
Drop anchor has been dropped.
Alright, Brad. Dig up. I got you, you son of a bitch.
Oh yeah.
Give me your head.
Oh, are you talking to the shark?
Fuck. No, the seagull.
Oh,
I didn't get its head, but I got chicken bones.
pretty sweet. We're running low on metals, right?
I think so, yeah.
The only way to really get that is to go underwater.
Ooh, I'm thirsty.
Good thing I made another waterproof
we go.
purification. Oh, I have no water.
Waterproof a doo-doo.
So you need water, right?
I'm good now.
Okay.
I'll fill up.
I'm gonna fill that back up. I water my or not.
I forgot it held multiple
Oops.
things. Yeah. I jumped right into the shark. It's not what I need. No. Fuck off, shark. Ow.
Ow. Ow.
Get back here, you shark bitch. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Just
I
happened.
need you to get me.
Oh.
Give me. No water.
Second. Refilling the water.
I'm hurt. I have metals on me. I would have screamed if you got incapacitated too. That would have been sad.
But it actually.
Would have quit. You bitch. Eating me wasn't enough. He's dead. We need to rebuild down here. Make it bigger and stronger. You got this. All right, you ready? Deep heart.
Hell yeah.
We're probably sailing really fucking wrong. I have presents for you. Kerchow, kerchoo. You now smell
So-
like poo. You smell like a baka. Eren Yeager. Oh, dude, we're fucking flying.
Why do you keep putting the shark head up?
Because it's for you.
Literally.
Take it. Now we're going to the blue. We're fucking flying, dude.
Finally going.
Yeah, look at it.
Actually,
She's doing that in there.
you know, being stuck. I suppose.
Yeah, look ready. There you go.
Oh. Yes. Please.
See, we're aimed in that direction. We're not touching the sails.
And I'm out of wood again.
I got none.
I can't even cook shark meat.
It's awesome. Yeah. You feel me?
Oh, I feel you, kid.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
Oh, I feel. Wait, better than not.
Hey, your copper unga is ready. Oh fuck! I fell through the anchor hole.
Oh shit.
Ooh. I'm gonna recline in my chair while I wait, and I'll talk to you though. I'll bring you with me.
You're not
While
gonna
I
help
recline on my
collect resources.
That's what my nets are for.
Only 4 of them, Garrett.
Yeah, that's all you need. I'm bringing us to to Antarctica.
All
Okay.
the way to Antarctica.
Yep, by myself with 2 fucking sails, even though one of them is sufficient. So 1 sail.
Right.
You thought it was 2? No, it's 1.
I like your
You
spunk, kid.
thought wrong. I like your face. A real cool face. Pretty cool coochie.
Yeah, you got some nice coochie, kid. Like what I see.
I like what I'm feeling.
Hmm. I'm tired. I'm like legitimately tired because I went to bed at like
I went to bed.
4
1.
yesterday.
Yeah.
It's Saturday. That's pretty cool. Made my loan payment yesterday. Hey, I'm really glad you can hear me through perfectly fine if I just talk this way.
What do you mean?
How are you?
I'm good. Doing all
How's your
right.
nickel? How's your Saturday?
Hey, what time?
It's midnight for me.
11:23. No. Be all right.
Dude, I'm tempted to get a blanket, but get like plug my phone in with a 6-foot charger and set it up on a tripod and just do a 24-hour live stream through my phone
What
and
if
then
you
read the
sleeping?
comments. Well, no, yeah, well I would, yeah, but like also read the comments and everything. And go through and just play like video games and shit while it's just going on and just do it for charity.
Definitely. That would be hyper
Because
chant.
then I could bring my Twitch back and just make my Twitch live streams like behind the scenes and IRL stuff. I've hit another rough patch in the sea. We really have a fucking choppy sea world, don't we?
Yeah.
That's
Yar, welcome to Sea Life. Eddie. Also, whenever we're at an island, as much clay as possible.
there's a lot in the chests downstairs, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's just I use the clay for bowls, and that's how I stew. Lego bowls.
Maybe I'll do that. Somehow set some stuff up and everything, and then if I like want to, I can go live while like driving around or like walking around Minneapolis. Just have shit set up in my backpack, and then just do like live streams on my Twitch.
IRL live stream.
Yeah.
Don't be the next Ice Poseidon though.
Who?
Ice
What did
Poseidon.
you do?
He was an IRL streamer.
What happened to him?
So he had a geo-tagged location thing, right?
Yeah.
He got on an airplane, and somebody called in, like a Twitch viewer called in and said that he had a bomb.
Oh, nice.
So then he got banned off of Twitch for that. For a viewer calling in. I think he also got banned from the
Airport.
not the airport, but the
Airplane.
yeah, the airplane company, like United or something. I don't know.
Delta.
Right?
Southwest.
South by Southwest. Why don't you make more collection nets?
Flathead Valley. I don't have the planks.
Ah, that's fair.
You're like, oh, I need all the planks, so I said, okay.
Yeah, but I've just kind of been on the cooking grind, you know?
Could have made like 1,000 collection nets. And you're like, no, 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 I need planks. And I didn't think twice. I was like, this man needs planks. He said so.
I guess if you want to start not giving, you can.
Don't what?
Uh,
I don't know what you said to me.
okay.
Dude, I am like reclined in my chair
I'm just
watching you
making
cook.
so much goddamn
And it is
pickable soup.
Dude, watching you cook is the greatest experience of my life right now. I'm fucking fighting. Oh, I'm planting the potatoes all the live long day. Seagull.
Get rid of that seagull.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna sit up. Whoa. Come back. Pa, 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 pa. Da, 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 da. Everybody.
Everybody dance now. Bum, 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 bum,
Shots,
bum.
shots, shots, shots.
Oh god.
River.
Ow, my toe. I just banged against the wall.
Bang a ring. Big drop. I'm gonna come steal food because I'm hungry.
That is a perfectly acceptable reason to steal.
Alright, cool. Radical.
Mathematical,
No, I should really watch that show again.
but
Adventure Time.
yeah, I think I'm still only in season 1. I'm like halfway through it.
There are some fucked up episodes though.
Yeah, dude, I just realized how
I don't like the deer one, by the way.
like it took so goddamn long for episodes to come out because it was like one new episode a week, right? When I was a kid. So now that I'm rewatching it and it's all out on like Hulu, I can just watch every episode.
Yeah.
It's I never really realized how short those episodes were.
Remember when you would sign up to the fucking Cartoon Network app just so you could watch them early?
I couldn't.
I did.
I
It was the
couldn't
dumbest
because
shit
my
ever.
mom didn't know what the fuck the username and password was for the online thing.
It was dumb. It was like a day before the actual episode came out, and it's like, watch it now. And it's no.
Oh, watch it on TV. I just remember all the kids who had that. They were like,
Yeah.
"Hey, did you see that?" I'm like, "No, I'm gonna
It's the same.
spoil it
The
for
cartoon,
you."
the Cartoon Network app, so you can watch Cartoon Network shows. Was the same. It has the same fucking hype level as the McDonald's McPlay thing when you used to get codes. It's the same level of fucking hype.
How are you?
McPlay or whatever it was.
I have never heard of that.
You know what? I'm gonna Google this now. McDonald's video game.
McDonald's video game?
Yeah, it's a real fucking thing.
Seriously?
Yeah, it was a real thing.
Huh.
Hold on.
Still on course?
Yeah, it's called McPlay. And it was like really old because it was also up there with fucking not Chia Pets, beanies or whatever they were. Zoo babies, whatever the fuck they were called.
Beanies, baby
Beanie
beanies. Beanie
babies.
babies, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it was same fucking level of hype as Beanie Babies with the same like style video game where you would get a code off your Happy Meal toy or whatever. And you go to their website and you type it in and shit, and you're like, yeah, it's perfect. I kind of had it angled towards the island just so we could hit it, but
Oh,
yeah, whatever.
sorry.
I don't give a fuck. I want to get to this blue dot.
You
I'm so bored. I'm fucking with the lever over here to see if I can break it.
there?
The seagull.
Yeah, I got rid of it.
Okay. Yeah, you can just go downstairs and beat the shit out of that thing.
What thing?
The lever.
Oh. Oh yeah, because it doesn't actually use power to do that, right?
Yeah, it doesn't do it. Just
Well, food production and ore production is at a halt. That's okay. Do these trees get bigger?
Yeah, they do.
Okay. I should let them.
Because this one got bigger. They get as tall as the plot.
Okay.
Yeah, Tiger, look. Well, I don't know if that fucks with it.
Oh well, fuck. Now it does. Why'd you turn it on? It's 1216.
I fixed it. Hey, island.
Hey, no way.
Hey, anchor. Jump. Swim, swim, swim. Jump, jump, jump,
Oh my
jump,
god, what is this? A TikTok?
jump, jump. Me? Yeah.
Jump, jump, swim, 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 swim.
360 no scope. Fucking destroy them. It's like a little in cave. Do you think there's an underground secret here?
There might be.
I made it up here, by the way. Oh fuck yeah, dude! There's a treasure chest.
Hell yeah.
I got holy shit planks.
Fuck yeah. Pick that
Oh.
goddamn collection.
I think there might be something here. Look at all this scrap. You're gonna tell me there's fucking nothing but a shark? Ow. There's nothing but a fucking shark in the water. Wait, cave. This did nothing. But it taught me a valuable lesson. Hold on. We need to stay on this island for a little bit.
Yeah, that's.
I need vine goo.
Ah, there, I have some of that.
I got one. I need 4 more.
There's 9 in this chest.
Okay, cool. Oh, here. I have some copper ingots. And then here's planks if you want to expand the thing. All in that one.
Unsmelted. Okay.
I don't have a water bottle, by the way.
What happened to your water bottle?
I used it, but now I made one.
The water bottle's in. What? Isn't it infinite? Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. More oxygen.
Well, there's the cave thingy down here. That I'm trying to explore, see if there's any secrets on this island. There's no fucking secrets
That's cool.
anywhere at this island. So what do we need again?
Much clay, sand, iron?
Okay. Clay, sand, iron, copper. So just everything.
Pretty much.
Ow.
The only thing I don't really have a use for is scrap. That's for. I'm 1 hit away from death. It's neat. On the ship, I.
Well, there's nothing here. I've scoured the entire island for 1 clay. I have your
Yeah.
1 clay though.
Sick.
Also this. I think that would be useful to you too. You're welcome.
Or we're being fucking rotated.
Woo. That's fun.
Yeah, because now I'm trying to figure out which way we have to turn to go towards the island. Okay. 700 meters away.
Hell yeah.
We better get there before fucking 1 a.m.
That would be really nice.
Are you gonna buy for your car? Can you get the minivan with the Hellcat engine in it by Dodge?
Absolute.
Why not?
It's a fucking minivan.
But it's got a V8 fucking Hellcat
I
engine in
don't
it.
care. I'm not driving
You
it.
should.
I am not.
I drive a minivan. I
not
fucking love
driving a
driving.
minivan every day. I'm just not doing it.
Dude, I fucking love driving my mom's minivan. It's awesome. Thing hauls ass.
But yeah, guess
But
what?
I have my
It's
own
your
Toyota,
mom's
so
minivan, not your minivan. There's a
I'd
difference.
own it. I'd buy it.
Ugh, God, why? It's a minivan.
I don't know. But I got my own Toyota. I got a Camry.
Nice.
Alright, we're almost there. I'm staring in the direction we're going so I can see this. It's gonna be a big boat on the ice and there's gonna be rats in it, but we're gonna get blueprints for an engine.
Swick.
I can just tell because I'm that good and because I quit YouTube for 2 months, which I'm gonna go right back into. I watched Markiplier play the game because I wanted to see what we had to do and why we were being dumb.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yup.
Yeah. Potato. I gave you
Just-
a plank.
Just
A raw potato? Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I've done it in real life too.
respectable.
I fucking love potatoes, dude.
Bucket. Useful for gathering milk. Where in the hell do you even get milk from?
Cows. No, the goat. There's a
The
goat.
goat?
We can get a goat. That was told to me. Because I told my buddy I was playing today. And he was like, you can get a goat. And I was like, okay. No clue where. I just know that we can get a goat.
Sprinkler. Waters your crops automatic. Huh. Seems to be missing a
500. Batteries are easy to make.
hey.
Yep. Copper and some metal. Well, plastic, copper, and something else.
1 copper ingot, plastic. That is kind of cheap. Especially considering we have 13.
Yeah.
Can I move this sail?
No.
But this is where the tree farm was.
No. Because we're really close. And I don't want to fuck anything up.
Alright, I'll wait to put, well, I guess I'll put down.
My sail was there first.
Well, my idea was here first, though.
No, it wasn't. I built that platform.
No, you.
Yeah, I did. You built the 3rd platform. I built the 2nd story platform.
I expanded upon this platform. This whole
Don't you-
area isn't
Don't you talk to me about expansions.
saying.
Okay? I'm trying to save humanity here. You're trying to just tickle my pickle.
Funniest shit I've ever seen.
Pickle Rick. Ooh, I'm sailing in the ocean. Ooh, at my bestest, boyo. Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
What?
Oh, shit. Okay. I got yeeted into the fucking ocean.
That's not good.
No, it was not. I got nothing. Ooh. We're almost in the third circle. There it is.
See the thing that we're looking?
It's a giant fucking island with antennas on it.
Huh.
Do you see it? It's right there.
Oh yeah. Huh. Alright.
How the fuck did we miss this last time?
Was it in the game last time?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when we had to go around the entire fucking circumference of this world. We did. I need food.
Oh, go in the chest I was.
You have a lot. I'm taking your mangoes.
Could have taken a soup or.
Nah, I took your mangoes. I love mango strips, bro. It's honestly like the best candy food ever.
Candy.
Candy food. I think we're pretty close now.
Yeah, dude, I'm actually.
It's a boat. 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 It's a yacht. It's the Titanic. It didn't really sink. It was actually a boat called the Olympian. They just did it for insurance. Look it up. Look.
I'm not gonna
theory.
look it up. I'm too.
No, it is the most sound theory though. So look it up when you have chance.
I really so too. Actually, don't.
Because well, it's
Shit
funny they
happened
got away with it.
centuries ago.
It did not happen centuries ago. It happened barely over
Eons
100 months ago. No, it heard what, 80 years ago?
It's motherfucking eons.
What if your kids talk about, you know, the disease we had to go through? You just could be like, that happened fucking eons ago, who cares?
Pretty much.
You know what? Respect.
I
I'll be the
mean,
same way.
at that point,
Be like, I got fucking vaccinated. I know what I was
yeah,
doing.
vaccines will exist. Probably make a better spear, huh? They like animals shit on it.
It's up to you. I need a battery. Do we have any plastic?
There should be some downstairs.
Do we have any scrap as well?
I can give you half of what I have. But I think there should be some down.
I don't. Nah, there's nothing down there.
Okay, I'll give you
No
half.
plastic, no scrap. No plastic, no scrap.
Damn, there really ain't any. Okay. Here's half of my plastic. Or shit. Here's half of my plastic, half of my scrap.
Thank you. You wanna take control and watch the thing here?
Watch
boat?
Why would I?
Shark?
be fine.
Okay.
How do we get on?
I don't know, but I'm dropping the anchor. Oh, it is. Okay. There's a ladder over here.
It's over here.
This direction. You were going towards it, and then you turned around. With big tree? Can we cut big tree? You can't. That's dumb. Oh, that's not a ladder. So like an in.
I just kind of like jumped from the boat onto the very top of the boat. Or a raft onto.
Oh. But I want to find the actual entrance. I found the actual entrance. I want you to feel like a cheater.
But I didn't.
I feel like you did. Alright. There might be rats on this. Be careful. It's now become a horror game.
I found the mechanical part.
Hey, there's power.
Whoa.
Fucking
I
learn
got a
bullets.
bullet.
Alright, they added gun. They added guns. Let's go. Ooh, I'll read the note.
Alright.
Not yet, though. We gotta wait till we get back on the land. Oh. Oh.
Order.
What? What? What?
Another
No, 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 no. Whatever for that crowbar.
Gerber?
Kerber somewhere.
Hmm.
There's a I unlocked crowbar, it said. I don't want to know where the fuck I unlocked a crowbar.
Over here. Over there. You know.
I want to build it. Oh, I used it. I used my one crowbar to get into a authorized personnel only place. What the fuck? That's rat. That's mutant. It's not taking any damage. It's a horror game in here. Holy scrap galore, dude. Like shitloads of stuff in here.
Actually?
With a note, yeah. I got a crate.
Oh my god.
I got a lot of stuff with that crate. I got a new recipe and a scrap hook for you.
Bolt cutters.
Yes, if you see bolts, you can cut them. Like over here, there's a lock. Maybe you can cut that. I don't know.
No, it said it required bolt. Shark dinner. Good thing we have some shark meat.
Yeah. Requires a blue key. Bathroom. I got a red key. Alright, do you want me to read those notes real quick?
Sure.
Okay. The notes. January radio tower. No idea where they are. Oh, here. I don't know where we are. Stop or hold. Oh, it's nothing really.
Tried to plug the hole. Rising, the propellers make a weird noise. I think baddies flooded the engine. Yeah. Oh, I didn't bring water with me. Oops.
Silly. Got a gas tank.
Another note.
We'll read these in detail later. Ugh, burped. Oh, I did it. It's unlocked because I had a red key. Ooh, mechanical part.
Nice.
Bolt cutter. Requires 5 mechanical parts. Requires electrical wires. Okay, hold on. Because we can go this way now.
Oh yeah, because we have a blue key.
No. Just follow me though.
I feel like I stick to the ceiling.
It's so fucking eerie out there though. Oh, Cutter.
Yeah.
I'll give
Mechanical
you my
part.
shit. Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
We can go down here now.
Alright, watch out for shit, I guess. It's a tad fucking eerie, I won't lie.
Yeah, the music doesn't quite match the atmosphere. I'd say.
See, that's why I just turned the music off.
Wait, you have a light?
Yeah, I crafted it.
Huh.
With a battery.
Nice art.
Ooh, the study? Oh, yeah, okay. Sir, can I have your fucking shit?
He said no.
There's gotta be like a lot of stuff that we have to find and whatnot. Ooh, fuck!
What, rat?
Take it. I'm not having it.
Ow.
Raw meat. Ooh, 4-digit code. So we need to find and pick up a 4-digit code.
A single 4-digit code.
If there's more, then you're wrong. Mechanical part.
Sir,
I think that might be the last mechanical part.
you
Crate.
have now.
What
Hey, do you have any water on you?
yeah. Do you have any food on you? Well, no, I don't.
Oh, that's not fair. I'm about to
Ugh.
die.
Okay, here. I think we got
Here's
5
your. Do you
mechanical
want? Do you,
Yeah, I do. Okay, so the only place we can go is back downstairs. Wait, we can go upstairs. Fuck off. Okay, this leads us outside.
sick.
Up more. The party deck. Scrap.
Oh
Scrap.
god. Ow. Ow.
Yeah, those little motherfuckers hurt.
Not quite as bad as the shark. Oh, hey, keycard.
Okay. Heh. I'm outside. This door's locked from the other side. Hey, you should open this door over here.
Come in. Come in.
Thank you.
Oh, one requires one car jack.
Yeah, that's where we need those mechanical parts.
How many do we have? We have 4 mechanical parts right now.
I'm up another level. I got more. I got coconut soup recipe.
Requires 1 bomb.
Just fucking. We need a green key. Okay.
A green card.
I bet you anything we can go make that jack now.
Maybe. We stop by the raft first. Grab some
Do you want to
food
go
and
grab
water.
food and water?
Well, if you're coming with.
I think I might be getting chased right now.
Oh, I already looted.
Oh, you in the front? Okay, well, I'm just looking for a fucking raft.
It's on the other side.
Oh, fuck. Maybe we can craft stuff. Uh-oh. I did a bad.
Yep.
I drank salt water.
Uh-oh. Get away from my harvest.
Okay. Recipes. Here you go. Here's all stuff for you right here.
Just put all the recipes on this post over here.
No, no, no. I'm throwing it literally right here for you.
Literally just put it on the goddamn post.
No. I don't know how the fuck you did that.
Did what?
Got on to the top. Piss off. You found out. Radical. Here we go. Alright, let's go see if that car jack can be made, right?
Oh.
Uh, I'm in the middle of doing this. Can you bring extra water?
I don't have...
Like a cup?
Yeah.
Well, that's not fun.
But
Apparently the fucking rats respawn. There's the resources respawn.
where are you? You're way down in the end.
I'm looking for the craft the jack. Nope, can't do it.
Whoa.
One gas tank, one bullet, one electrical wire, and one lighter. Do we craft that?
No. I think we find it.
We don't? Oh yeah. So what don't we have? We don't have the lighter.
Well, just gotta look stuff more, I suppose.
Look extra hard. Okay, I'm coming to the back. So I'm in the belly right now. Where are you?
Right here.
There you are.
What do you...
Water.
Ah, fuck.
Okay, well then I'm gonna go upstairs and look.
Okay. I am not being your errand boy. Grab your own water.
I legitimately cannot run.
Oh, here. I can let you take a sip from... Here you go. Carrot.
Thank you. I ran out of light.
Oh, hey, do you want to jump on top of me? Into a place where not...
I can no longer see.
Just, get better eyeballs.
Come talk to me.
Oh, found the room that requires the key.
Did you just blow
I
it
got
up?
a green key.
Or was that upstairs? Yeah, that was upstairs.
I got a green key.
Oh,
What's that?
I'm not having fun up here. Okay. That was what?
Hey,
up, up?
do you need food?
No, I need help.
Oh, I got the last mechanical part.
You can go make the jack now.
Yeah.
I no longer have a spear. just fucking rad. You know?
So,
Green key? Yeah, cool.
yeah, I found one of those.
Yeah, I got it.
What was in there?
A bathroom.
Was there like a code or anything?
No idea. I haven't looked full yet.
Oh,
Because it's the study. And I don't have a weapon.
oh,
I got the lighter.
uh, uh, stay in
I
there.
got the lighter.
On
Donde
Escape.
es my fucking shit.
bathroom. It's a kid.
Your kitchen.
Hey, made the car jack.
You can also make the lighter one.
I
So I picked up the
can't.
lighter. You can't? Okay.
No, it requires one electrical wire, lighter, gas tank, and bolt.
Holy shit, it got really dark.
I think we're missing gas tank, car jack. Oh, we're missing electrical wires.
I'm not gonna lie. These little fucks chasing me with it being pitch black is the most
Actually
fucking terrifying thing ever.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that was scary. Hey, decoration package. Cool. What'd I get? I learned how to make a rug.
Nice. Learned rug.
Rug.
Rug. Just don't remember how to get up. This door.
What's up over there, homie?
Right here. Ah! Ow. 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 I'm gonna fucking die. There's two of them on. Oh my god. New note added. For you.
I'm in the area
Nice.
while dodging a rat. I broke him. I broke the rat, dude.
Congratulations.
He can't. I wouldn't come
Oh,
in
you
here.
used the car jack without me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, that guy's definitely broken.
Crate. Ooh. Got 2 potatoes.
Find any electric wires?
No. There's got to be something we're missing somewhere.
What about the room with the green key?
I went in there. We could try again. I'm wondering if like there's another like a full up. Like I don't know if we went all the way up.
Yeah, we did. It requires a bomb.
Go build a bomb.
Oh, this is the room that.
Yeah, I opened it. I was being chased and was almost completely dead, so I didn't check everything. If that's fair.
That is.
Okay. Sorry if that sounded snooty. I have no liquids. I have food if you've got liquid.
I don't need the food, but I do have.
I'm in here. I'm in here. There's a rat outside. Hi, I'm dying. Have a beetroot.
Good. What? I'll have your. I would like my water.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, watch out behind you.
Ow. Ow. Okay, I'm gonna go continue to explore and see if I can find what we need. Is this? Electrical
One hit away
wire.
from death. Love this game when I'm.
Are you? There's no way we didn't get it, right? Wish we could
Oh yeah,
open this safe. We had to fucking. I forgot that rat was broken, and that kind of scared the shit out of me. It was just growling. It was.
Oh hey, yeah, I can see him through the. Kind of cute over there.
Just the most terrifying game I've ever fucking played.
Oh, it's a game about a raft.
Yeah, but I'm in the fucking dark, and I just hear snarling, and I don't have a weapon. I just want to fucking find the wire.
Street. Right about now.
Oh, we need the one fucking 4-digit code,
That too.
which is probably in the bomb. No, we find the wire, which leads us to the crafty. Then we build the bomb. So let me look where raft wire yacht location.
You're gonna look for it? Not gonna.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, hold on. The electrical wires are found in a vault in bedroom 3, locked with a 4-digit code. The wires are part of the building of the bomb. So where
We
the
need
fuck
to-
is the 4-digit code?
Actually,
Hold on. I'm learning here. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay. I'm on their official wiki. Mm. Sometimes this game hurts me.
bit.
Tell me where your 4-digit code is. There's no fucking way.
Is it 1, 2, 3, 4?
No. It's legitimately fucking outside.
What?
You know the helipad room? Or like the outside with the helipad? Hey, there's a mechanical part.
How many? We have 6 of those.
Yeah, we have a fucking
We have an
trillion.
extra mechanical part.
Are you ready for this?
Well, I kind of want to.
Get ready.
Yeah, I'll be in the engine.
Ready? Kerchow. 4-digit
Wow.
code.
Wow. Where in the hell was that?
Right next to the helipad.
Wow. Not a waste of time at all.
Nope. I don't know where the 4-digit code is.
Oh, where that room is.
No clue where that room is. I've kind of lost my way because it was pitch fucking black.
Well, I'll be by the thing where I can craft it.
Okay. Makes sense.
In the engine.
Okay. Hey, look, there's your name.
Not in the engine room.
Yeah, I legitimately have no clue where this is. So that's where the 4-digit code was. So upstairs? I'm almost out of water. I'm out of water again. Fuck yeah.
Most definitely not where I am.
Okay, you're gonna have to keep looking because I'm out of water completely. Oh, it was food. Never mind. It's room 3. It's gotta be up.
I don't know. I'm up though. It's up one more. Oh, there's a room.
God, this is fucking maze.
Actually,
When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. He says, "Don't run, get up, you'll be He says,
it's in the
eh.
other more.
Ooga, ooga, ooga.
Boogala boogala.
This is the
Chungala
dumbest
bungala.
shit.
Boogala boo.
Speak no words to me, mortal. I'm out of water. I'll let you carry me back after I die.
No. Go back
Fine,
to
then
the
I'm going
raft
back to the
right
boat.
now.
This is the slowest shit ever. I wish if you drank seawater, you'd get like temporary water. When I get back on the raft, I'll Google where the fucking code is.
Garrett.
Yeah.
Here.
What?
Fucking. Go fill up your water. Doesn't refill water.
Logs off, goes to bed. Okay.
Will it?
Looking. The electrical wires are found in a vault in bedroom 3 locked and with a 4-digit code. That's literally all it says. Doesn't even show me like where the vault is located. Just says adjacent of the helipad. Was that so in here? Maybe? Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill.
Bill Nye the Chungle Guy.
Chungles. Chong.
Chongle is on. You know what I'm saying.
Obviously.
Kill my.
Okay, seriously, where the fuck is this?
Oh, it's starting to frustrate me.
Like the safe lights up too.
What room did you say it was?
The 3?
Found it.
Okay.
What's the 4-digit code?
Note added. Fuck you now.
Fuck that bitch. I mean, no.
Get up to the captain's table. Are you already down here?
Yep. I think if I stand here, it's gonna hurt. Yep. That it did.
Steering column blueprint. Engine blueprint.
That's kind of sick.
Yeah. We're the tippy top. I think that's it.
But I want to go higher.
No, that's legitimately.
Oh, but I want to go higher.
You got a blueprint, right?
Nope.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Steering wheel and engine, but we don't have.
Either of those unlocked.
No, they're unlocked.
Oh.
Because we have blueprints. I don't have, yeah.
Hey, get away from me.
Okay. Okay. Well, we don't need anything else here. Can I have some wood and whatnot? from you?
I don't have wood. I
Thank
would if
you.
I could, but I don't have.
Okay, I'm gonna do a thing real quick. I'm sorry. We need 3 more metal ingots. Wait, 1 more metal ingot
Look in
and
there.
5
Look in
wood.
there.
Okay, now I need 5 wood. I again don't have a spear though.
I do not. Oh, I have a spear. I don't have.
I have a hook for you if you want it. Hold on. Here.
Swick.
Yeah. I'm trying to just, you know, keep with your organization, I guess.
I'm just trying to keep it nice, personally.
No, you're good. I do, by the way, have more fucking recipes. And there's nowhere to put them.
That's why I just said put them on the goddamn post.
There's a post somewhere I can
Yeah,
place them?
yeah. Come here. I've just been kind of putting them on this post. You can't read them, but you know, you can put it on all 4 sides of the post.
Then you learn them?
Huh?
Then you'll learn them?
Well, most of these are duplicates.
Oh. Okay, I need 5 wood.
I can't help you there.
Sadly.
I don't know, man. I kind of just want to call it right now.
Yeah, I'm completely done with you. Or done with it.
You're done with me.
I'm done with everything.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed.
Same.
I'm tired
though.
as fuck. It's 1
Save
o'clock.
world.
Later.
Yeah. Night. That calls fucking have a girl.
You never told me this before.
Your humble leader is really glad to be back.
Okay.
Create run and just put it on the Act 1 in hard difficulty.
Yeah. Okay.
Create run and just put it on the Act 1 in hard difficulty.
Yeah. Crossplay enabled. Disabled.
That shit. I come on myself. I actually come in my hand and then I go to the sink.
Are you bigger?
You catch it?
I'll take this.
There's a ton of pain message up here.
Actually, and when I'm in the shower
Haven't I been telling you?
and I need to take a shit, I just poop in my
Wait, we gotta
hand.
beat the level quick, boys.
Philip saw this coming.
The points.
I'm healing Garrett.
We're
right now.
not. I come on myself. I actually come in my hand and then I go to the sink.
Yeah. You bigger?
I'm in the shower and I need to
Garrett,
take a
everyone
shit,
was
I
Garrett,
just
two
poop in my
comfortable.
hand.
Yeah.